All right. Hey, howdy, everyone. How we doing? Tracking. There we go. How we doing? Yeah. The moon. Yes. You heard me. So I would like to start the stream off with, I fucked up. Nothing like legitimately like controversy wise, but like I fucked up. I genuinely just miscounted. My debut was June 29th, not August 29th, like I thought it was. I genuinely want to apologize on that one. So, the anniversary LP is going to happen. It's still going to happen. It's just with the acknowledgement of, oh god, I counted wrong. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. But I would like to apologize. That it's my bad. It's my bad. What did I last do on the moon? Oh, moon time is just a little... It's just a little thingy that I say to tell people, like, hey, I'm doing Endwalker, because it's a non-spoilery way. Anniversary plus 1 month plus 2, if we want to get down to brass tacks. I'm still gonna pretend, I'm still gonna do it at the time that I assumed I was gonna do it, which means August 29th, and not... You know? But yeah. Last we did the... Trying to remember names. You just wanted to check in where moon stuff, but you'll find out. I most recently did Catesis Hyperborea. Just now. That is the most recent chunk of content I did. I straight up turned in the quest after that, and then ended. Nice? Yeah. I did not expect to have Emmett Selk fighting alongside me. Ever. Like, as an actual unit. That was really cool. I kind of wish he was a machinist, but for, like, lore and time reasons, I know why not, but, like, for the meme. For the meme. I also don't give a shit about spoilers. If you're here, you're here. There's some nice Charlene stuff happening, as you might expect, but it's not as good pacing-wise as Elpis. I mean, like, they've gotta cram content at this point. Elpis is probably the best pacing. Elpis is allowed to breathe, is what I'm feeling. But we're gonna start. We're gonna do the starty start. Oh god, my mouth is starting to get dry. Give me 2 seconds. I've got some black tea sitting by me. But yeah, let's just get into it. Put the sound up. There we go. There we go. Yep, that's the right button. Also, there's a great moment coming up-ish. Oh, trust me. I expect it. You cried not just because the game booted you mid-cutscene. Oh, fuck. That's gotta sting. Roxy, listen to me. Our duty now is to not denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus that they have been deceived. No. We must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight in this battle for your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Propalion. Thank fuck you have days off after tomorrow. You've got VODs to catch up to. Oh yeah. No, and there's not as much content as you would have thought because I took that, like, near week-long vacation. I was actually kind of worried with taking a break that I would have to, like, take at least a week to get back into the swing of it, but, like, nope. The quest is called Thou Must Live, Die, and Know. God damn it, that's on the nose. Also, out of curiosity, so the data here, the data, like, how I've done my HUD, that stays the same no matter what. Like, that's all stored in, like, one file, right? Like, if I wanted to give people, like, the way my key bindings work, would I be able to, like, give it to them? I mean, if you insist. Look, if Vana asked me to do anything, I would probably have done it. There is one side quest that we will do. I was recommended it. When we get back to Charlotte, though. You're able to, but you don't know where? Oh, I have my hotbar config, like, saved on a flash drive, because if I ever have to reinstall this game and it doesn't come with, I want this back. Because, surprise, surprise, this was kind of a bitch to set up in the way that I set it up. Am I being followed? Am I being followed, or is this person just doing content with me? Or near me? Also, there's server backups, that too. But it's like, is there any actual, like, sensitive information in those? I can upload my hotbar set. That I do know. And I have done that. I just wanna, you know, have them on hand. You have no idea. I mean, it's a cute purple cat with a samurai sword. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Vana, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Oh, we immediately have one of those. Whoo boy. Y'all ready for me to not talk? If this isn't voiced?
So,
The
portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
That means I can sip my tea. Not what you were on about, but it's good. I mean, every time there's a several cutscenes will play in sequence thing, I'm always like, ayo. Yeah, this is where we part ways. Oh!
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained. That your days in Elpis
I think
and
my
our friends'
throne gift
sacrifice
just got sent. Give me 2 seconds on that. Because that's like powder. It should only take a couple seconds. Second answer is a warrior of light who knows about pandemonium. Wait, what? Did I straight up do content that gave me an extra line again? Yeah, I'm gonna be right back. Cause like, the gift I got was a powder, so I don't want that sitting out in what might be the rain. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. Sorry about that. I'm also gonna open it to just make sure it's what I asked for. Where is... Okay, I don't know where my knife is, but I have a bottle opener that has a can opener on it, too. And that can opener is basically a knife. Yeah, I found, like, a weird Miller Lite bottle opener. It must have been, like, a promotional thing. And I'm like, oh shit, that might actually be useful. Because you ever go to open a can and it's, like, stubborn? Hey! Alright. Send a thank you note. That's the peppercorns. Alright, there we go. Those are being put down there. Oh yeah, that's what I ordered. I know that I'm not on screen, but also how would I show you guys it? Yeah, this is... I can kind of smell it through the plastic. Oh, that is a delightful smell that I am not gonna open this yet, though. I have to find a way to, like, store this. Because it just hit me that it's a bag of powder. And, like, I don't actually know how to distribute that powder onto my food after I open it, or I don't know how to store it after the fact. My model will probably wig out anyways. That too. But I'm mostly like, I literally do not know how to show you.
We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge.
Yes.
Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control.
So just for lore reasons, for me to just wanting to understand, it does not matter that we are watching this, or that we are in this time period from the Crystal Tower and the Source, right? Like, or from the first, right? Like, this happened in the Source all the same, yeah?
There is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation.
How's that post-dungeon cutscene?
To do
Hoo
so,
boy!
We would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come.
This all happened in the world unsundered? Is that not the Source?
Which is why I must work independently of
It would be pre-Source, I assume. But the answer is, like, it does not matter how we got here.
If we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge.
Like, the only thing that really matters is that we had the right catalyst for it. Ooh, model's wigging out already. Hold up.
This hinges, I think, on how
There we go.
consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive.
The Source is basically a
days,
chunk
much
that's
less
favored
take
for
the
rejoining.
battle to meet him
Huh.
at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead.
And how do we do that?
Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive
Which
to do
seems
my
nice,
best,
but that would be... Yeah. Like, I can't
as I walk
stay around, but she's gonna have to do some heavy lifting.
and I pray you walk with me to the end.
I'm
As you
too
move
far this...
forward,
I'm
So
too...
will I.
I'm down way too far in this time, so, it's not like I can pivot anymore.
When mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise.
This was kind of meant to be a fact-finding mission from the start. Yeah.
Fare you well,
Yeah.
my light of the future. Till we meet again.
How is the short story rejoining timeline possible given this? Anyway. Yeah. I mean, I actually genuinely don't think I fucked up time and space. I think that this was going to happen no matter what. And memory wipes happening at all solidify the fact that this was meant to happen. I genuinely don't think I fucked anything up. I think we bootstrapped, to be honest, so it's fine. Yeah. But, like, I legitimately don't think we didn't set in motion what was not already set in motion.
I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandana.
It's bizarre since we're operating both on Back to the Future and single timeline. Yeah. You got me there. You got me there. It was planned for and all that. It happened in the past and you're just fulfilling. Yeah, like, fucking up the space-time continuum to me reads as you changed the course of the past and not like I think the timeline corrected itself and therefore this as it happened had to happen. God, I fucking love answers.
I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end.
I'm still really impressed that they got away with this on a T rating. I'm almost certain this is as far as you can stretch it without problems.
That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth
Such
so many.
indeed. Indeed.
And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days.
I do like that we actually get to see what I can only call like a non-biased retelling of the final days. Instead of like... Instead of what Emmett Selk taught us, which like... I believe that it happened as he told it, but him talking to us,
Echoed still.
you know? Forestalled, not solved, not prevented. Yup.
Wailed for death
Mm-hmm.
inevitable.
The
A reality.
There is no beating around the bush. This is not something that you can just
Comfort in
hand wave away.
days and
You
find
do
more
what
light.
you can. Forestalling is about what you can do, given the time allotted.
This is all wrong. Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
I don't think
No,
so.
my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise.
Oh, I am a fucking whore for the goddamn organ covers of literally anything.
We must accept it as
It's
our
going to happen
constant
again. Stopping the
companion.
final days was all the Essens
Let us
in the
not seek
presence
to forget
wanted,
this tragedy.
but they only want it through
Let us
Zodiark for
carry
stalling it
on
further.
our
Yes.
path, that we may grow stronger
But the creation of
and
Zodiark
true
alone
happiness.
was also a bad idea. It needed to be balanced out with Heidelin.
We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes to try and reclaim those lives.
The thing
lost
that
by
hurts about what
sacrificing
she's saying
your
is that
blood
she is
isn't
completely
wisdom. It
correct.
is weakness.
There's no wiggle room.
No
Without
paradise
despair,
without
you
us.
literally cannot have
If we cannot accept
even
this truth
anything
and
close
learn
to a
from our
utopia.
pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
Almighty Zodiark, God born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives.
There's also the other thing of, like, knowing how FF14's, like, knowing how the points on a model you can animate actually work is, like, the fact that they can get that much out of how that shit works is... Oh, shit.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Fuck. Okay. She is ready to do what she has to.
Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people
Oi!
of light and life.
It is gold beside your name. Thank you for the sub. Thank you. Crystal Mommy has drawn the chancla. She's ready. She's not. You're not wrong.
My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward.
Well, hey there, bud. How you doing?
So let there be no way back. From that temptation
That's not even a key change. It's just
under us.
resuming the same track. But
Fucking
fucking mwah.
henceforth he shall walk.
I know I keep saying it, but like, Jesus fuck, now that this game has money, it can do some cool shit! Woo! I'm sorry for blowing out the mic, but woo! Oh, that is... The phrase, henceforth he shall walk, hits real hard, but it wouldn't hit as hard without what she just did. And just... mwah. God damn!
Birth a world of suffering to mire and plague.
God, they've also just got the... Woo! They've got the slight limp walk down perfectly.
In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question.
Jesus H.
Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die?
God, there is just every time slight lump.
Imperfect
Slight,
beings,
but
yours
ooh.
is a never-ending quest.
You can't figure out how the team managed to weave spoilers so damn well. It's... Whoa!
Your purpose, knowing
Oh,
that
that's
it is
perfect! Holy shit!
to find the strength to continue when all strength has left you.
Yo! Oh, I am so sorry for blowing out the mic, but holy shit!
And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
I wish I had hand tracking right now, cause like... Fuck! Oh, ho, ho. Ho, ho, that's fucking great!
A conjunction has
Every
been formed,
single
an
time.
entwining of your time and mine.
Every single time that this game has a multiple cutscenes will play out in
When you
sequence,
truly
something good
understand
happens.
what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable.
Riley regards the best
Then,
cutscene sequence in 6.0.
Shall I
Yeah, I
honor
bet.
promise made
I
in
fucking
another
bet.
time, another age.
I could get that line tattooed on you. Get it on your ankle. Do it. Always get your tattoos on your ankles. I say not a single tattoo on my ankle, but one across the chest and one on my arm. And on my back. Don't question it. Apparently we're due for a major event at the end of 6.0, presumably usher in the new status quo for the next major arc leading into 7. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Huh. Huh. I was gonna do something. When I went back here. What was I gonna do? Turn around? Why? Weird. Is it because I took a second? Didn't show for me. Is it because I took a second? Is there something that's supposed to show? I'm a little frustrated that I may have missed something cool, because I don't know if I can repeat that. What's the... Okay. That wasn't what I missed? It still implies that I missed something. I swear to God, if you were in the ocular and thought other players would be able to see other players in the ocular. Oh, I actually think it's after turning this quest in. I've been told there's a quest about some sandwiches that are that's actually like fantastic. You were queuing up for a surprise when I came out of the ocular, but apparently I load into the... Oh, no. You can be the literal only person in the ocular. It is a single player instance room. Roxy, impeccable timing as always. I heard you were off to the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as often seems to be the case, while you are away, we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. Good to know. There's a slim possibility that players are able to see each other, if they're in the same party, but I doubt it. No, I want last 5, carrying our song. What did I get? A new title. I don't know. I'm happy with my title, 'cause look at it. I'm the mailman. I actually really like having that as my thing. So, have you learned aught of the final days? Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time in the First, events here have taken a turn for the worst. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and the why of it, Alice and Alphino have been traveling all over. All of the regions they visited, Locus and Menace is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Estinian, and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. Bedlam is going postal? Yeah. For the first time, you saw what it meant that postal would, like, post-World War II. God damn it. Yeah, I'm the post-World War II woman. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating, but still, a drop in the bucket at best. When are we getting to go to Corvus, Locus and Menace? Patch 6.5. In the meantime, Ishola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. The post-gender woman, yeah. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping close eye on the forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project as likely There's likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, we've seen no sign of it thus far. I suspect it's still incomplete. You'll recall the proposal issued by Master Foshino to the people of Radzat-Han. Following the discussion, Vertra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Isn't the Tower of Babel still, like, somewhat dangerous? Therefore, to secure safe passage to the Hanish refugees of the Tower, Elfino, Alice, Estinian, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now... The final days have come to Garlemald. Yeah, that's not a surprise at all. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Foshino. Then, panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomena has spread to the capital. The others need you, Roxy. Please, you must help them. It's fine, until you finish all the role quests. I actually was... So, I was gonna pivot after this cutscene and say that's what I was forgetting to do. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully, Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you best take every possible precaution. But yeah, I was actually going to... Because I'm like, fuck, what am I forgetting? Shit, oh no. The answer is, I forgot. Hold up. Let's save some money. Teleport to the FC house. While I'm teleporting, have I shown you guys my bedroom in the FC house? I'm actually really happy with it. They aren't MSQ mandatory this time, but they're necessary for dyeing my artifact coat. Do I have to do all of them? Or do I have to just do the one that's, You haven't seen this? So, this is the first important thing. I need this. I need it. Just in case. I can sometimes get better lighting if I use a green screen. And you might be like, but Bedlam, it's too dark. Yeah? Okay, so melees are dyeable after the okay, thank you. Yeah, sorry. Whoop. Oh yeah, right. I want my lighting back down to level 1, though. No, I don't want it to be that dark. I just want it to be, like, mood lighting. So here's my little plants. I haven't used them in God knows how long. Here's my bed. I like it. Here's my bookshelf to make me look smart. And here's my big desk. My big desk. Full of trade goods. And serotonin button. Serotonin button. Kinda curious. What's runway model? Unique? Store window, I assume, is like... Yeah, okay. And standard is just like an A pose. Yeah, I like arms crossed. Serotonin button. But also, serotonin desk. Also known as my work desk, with all of the paperwork I've yet to do. I had to do a very funny thing to get that painting, because it only uses company credits. First off, I was the first person in the FC, in the 10 years of the FC existing, to ever ask for something that required company credits. And I specifically went, look, I understand if the answer is no, or the answer is I would like something in return. But what about the antecedent picture? And it was determined, the thing I could get was the balloon, was the big-ass balloon from the last summer event. And I apparently had already had it. And it took a couple months to, and I was talking to Moose and I was like, hey, so I have this piece of like outdoor furniture. Do you guys have any use for it? And he's like, oh, set it down in front of me. I set it down, it's the same balloon, and I just see in chat, oh my god, you fucking goober. And I'm like, what? And he's like, this is the balloon I wanted from you. And I just sit there for a second, and he's like, I'll go and buy it. I felt so dumb. Hey, there's Val. Behind. We're waving to the homie. Of course she's standing around in Limsa. Kinda curious. What's the newest? A demon brick earring? Oh my god! Okay. Is there... MGB Platinum card? Oh, 50k. A coffee brewer? Oh my god, I need that. Bunch of writing maps. These are something I wish had a check mark next to them. The head chocolate. I don't have either of those. Head chocolates are there too. Yes, yes, yes. Limsa Lim Minza, the frame rate killer. Yeah. It's actually not that bad for me. As far as the frame rate goes, like, I'm at 60 on stream. The Aft Castle. Okay, I may have to take a BRB soon. Apparently there's food being cooked. But yeah, let me just check something. How do I get the tombstones this time? Okay. 4. 7, 4, 3, 4, 4. Okay, so I'm gonna have to grind. I'm gonna have to grind Praetorium again. Fucking Praetorium. I could also do that, but that's not worth it. Ooh. Okay. So... okay. You recommend O3N? What's O3N? Workmate of yours was asking why his frame rate was dropping in popular areas on RS3, and you're like, bro, that's just what happens. Sorry to disappoint, but you don't... Yeah. Halicarnassus. Do I have that? Duty Finder... It's not a dungeon. Okay. I'll figure it out after we finish MSQ and patch quests. Grave news, Roxy. We've just received word that Candlekeep K is under attack. It would seem that the crushing tide has struck again. The Admiral asks that you deploy the company of heroes at once. Our man here will act as your signaler. The company of heroes is awaiting your orders. The normal Stormblood raids. Huh. Candlekeep K? Both Daniel and Uno... and Udo Nun should be close by. What are your instructions? He's a hot-headed warrior who lives through the thrill battle, while Udo is a calm... Uod? I'm gonna call him Nun. Is a calm and calculating hunter. Both can serve you well, but... escorting efforts. Get him out of there. Consider it done, Commander. And... oh, fuck. You know what? Both of you just get people out of there. The rest of us will head there at once. Everyone else can just start kicking ass. We'll tell the Admiral you and the company heroes are on your way. Godspeed. While we're in the neighborhood, I'm gonna give it 3 shots. If I can't get it within 3, if I cannot get the card I want in 3, partly for great, you did all this older content, but mostly for reasons. Okay. So I'm thinking... boom. Boom. This is the weakest. Fuck! Oh, there's no good play. There's just no good play. Also, the melee role quests are great. Yeah, I didn't know that a lot of people haven't done them. So I'm like, oh my god, I get to reform the company of heroes? That's so cool. And I'm like, wait, what are you doing? Is this MSQ? From fucking Moose. He's like, oh shit, I ain't done that yet. And I'm like, oh, well, you get Merlwib to follow you around, so there's a plus. I'm just gonna... yeah, I'm fucked. Oh! I don't know how plus works. The Shola card? Okay, one more round. Yeah, Merlwib follows you around. And that's all you need. Okay. This is a safe play for defensive. This is not a good play. Fuck. A, maybe. Still one. Shit. You get IC to be demonstrably smart in a non-magic way and shove your face up Merlwib's bosoms in places that aren't her office. I would love to just put my face up against Merlwib. That'd be great. And that's the horniest I've ever gotten on stream. Except for the time that I actually got very fluttery. Yeah, so I'm gonna finish this side quest and then, like, scarf down dinner. Because food took quicker than I thought it would. Oh, why am I even bothering to do this by foot? You got wings, don't ya? Wait. The fuck? Oh yeah, okay. No, that makes sense. Worry not, the tide has already ebbed, if you follow my meaning. Fluttery, you and Vanilla, you're not sobbing over answers, and Flow's good. Flow's a good track. That's something I've not been able to do unspoiled. Perhaps you're curious how your men carried out your orders. Landadel managed to see every last man, woman, and child to safety, albeit grumbling all the while I'd rather be skewering fishbacks. Wodenum made full use of his talents in leading the rescue effort. Not a single man, woman, or child suffered as much as a scratch. By assigning both men to the rescue effort, he left the K itself vulnerable to attack, and the damage was severe as you might expect. I advise you to consider your orders more carefully in the future. People aren't replaceable, buildings are. Anyways, pardon my bluntness, but you have much to learn about being an effective leader. You best be a quick study, or the consequences will be dire. The battle is over, I see. 'Tis good that the company of heroes can still live up to its name. I demand answers. Why did you target Candlekeep K? Psh, I spit on your answers, filthy shorewalker. I was hoping we might do this the easy way, but if you insist. So you would torture us. You shorewalkers are the same. Savage brutes, the lot of you. Torture? Please, we're not so uncivilized as that, my slippery friend. Shh, go. Brayflux's shiny treasure will have fishmen trading tongue flaps in no time. Allow me to explain. Shamini Lamini and Brayflux are well practiced in the art of interrogation. Shamini has a sharp mind, and as I'm sure you've noticed, a knack for getting information out of uncooperative types with a minimum of fuss. Brayflux, on the other hand, her methods can be unconventional, to say the least, but it's hard to argue with results. Well, Commander, choice is yours to make. Shamini Lamini's my man. If he's really good at interrogation, I trust him. But of course, Commander. Watch as I get him talking without so much as lifting a finger. They tell me your kind are particularly fond of Lenosian oranges. Might I interest you in a glass of delightful orange wine brewed from our latest harvest? Shamini Lamini from the hit series Hellsing. He looks like he's from Hellsing, just very small. Pshh. This is... Pshh. Another glass, Shorewalker. I demand it, in return for the crimes you have committed against my spawn brothers. A mere glass, my friend. Why, I'd be more than happy to offer a full bottle, nay, an entire cask, if you provide us with the answers we seek. We have a deal, Shorewalker. For a cask of that blissful beverage, I will tell you all of my secrets. Would this be wine or brandy or triple sec? It would be closer to triple sec, but maybe a brandy. Again, I ask, why did you target Candlekeep K? Dowers himself gave the order. Said we must establish a foothold in preparation for our assault on the city. He means to attack Lemsa itself. With your numbers, that would be folly. Pshh, Speaker Dow commands power beyond the comprehension of you shorewalkers. We have dealt with Leviathan before. You misunderstand. Speaker Dow says it is the greater power still, the very first being blessed by our Lord. The blasphemy. Tell me where Dow is. An island far to the south and east. There he performs the rite that will summon forth the Divine One and deliver my brothers and I to glory. Thank you for your cooperation. I suspect that Tao is hiding somewhere in the in the Cieldeles? Cieldeles. I'm gonna say it's Cieldeles. In the Cieldeles, a deserted isle most likely. I don't know much about these so-called blasphemies, but can they surely be tamed so easy? We have no evidence they can, but we must operate under the assumption that Tao has found a way. I will ready a ship. We will sail for the Cieldeles at once. Prepare yourselves, and meet me at the dock as soon as you're ready. Well, if Chamonix and Brayflox continue the interrogation in the meantime, our friends here might still be hiding something from us. I love that the Company of Heroes actually, like, comes into play for once. Because I just want to do this for old time's sake. For old time's sake. Wait, Leminson Ferry Docks. Somewhat implied they might again. Yeah. But, like, it's something about, like, they haven't been, like, turbo important for a while, because it's like, oh, that plot thread is mostly like, they're around. Like, it's important, but, like, they're in the background and they're living life and doing their own thing. Like, that arc finished. Good shit. I feel like I'm going the wrong way. Kinda, but I don't like a match left unfinished. I'm in the neighborhood. Fuck it. I wonder if the fishing ship is out at the moment. It's about to be. Give me a second. I'm gonna give this my usual 3. I intend this to be a longer stream anyways. I don't quite mind. You, triple triad, now. Reverse swap. That's a better card for me. Reverse swap Chaos Order. Okay. This is the better play. This is a super good play. I don't think I can do a single actual capture. But yeah, okay. Hold on. Rematch, challenge. If I recall correctly, this deck actually has quite low numbers. Alright. Oh yeah, we got dissension rules. That's actually helpful to me. Wait. No. Wait. No. Shit. Isn't swap? Hold on. Oh. Fuck. Oh well. Not as I intended. But that'll still work. I'll at least have it on a draw. But a win is also nice. Yeah, I can't really work around completely random. Good luck challenging them to a shadow game for their souls cards or cursed Baladan shinies. Okay, so it's sudden death, swap, and chaos. I can work with that. Yeah, that's not the best play in the world, but eh. Defensive. Ah, shit. Yeah, you're right, fucker. I got 1 out of that. I got 1 win out of that. Completely random rules are just like, ugh. Sometimes you just want a clean match of Triple Triad. Everyone is here? Good. We make for the Cialidates and search for Dao's hideout. Our friend Null will be waiting for us there. The Blasphemy too may be present. Be vigilant and keep your weapons at the ready. Well, Commander, you have any words on our men for the eve of battle? All for one? Can't say I've heard that motto before. Nor I. At any rate, let's be about it. Damn. Look, I get the shiny, maybe. And I hope for the best. We meet again, Dao. Where is the blasphemy? Tell us now so that we may end this madness. It's all fun and games until your TT opponent somehow turns over Mystic Mine and Skill Drain. Yeah. Oh, fuck me. One of these? You can't be serious. Big head means he's a leader. Just like, yeah. Big ol' cocks. Yo! Oh, you're cool looking. Speak of the bloody devil. There it is. The dread beast I saw beneath the waves. The source of our woes. As we know, the Griffin was tenting constantly. Yeah, he was at full mast. The echo of all the times. I'll never get over how fucking cool that animation is. Defend the commander! She reuses the model of Arakatanya? A rare fate of Amarant. Oh, nice. I bring grave tidings, my queen. The wretched shorewalkers poison the minds of my spawn brothers with false words and foul magics. Our poor, beguiled brethren renounce Lord Leviathan and name him a false god. They treat with limbs of Lominsa, and some even call for an alliance. We must summon him, that the thought might receive of his blessing anew, that the lost might receive of his blessing anew. This I would gladly do, had our stock of crystals not run dry. Spawning time is nearly upon us, yet you fight and bicker amongst yourselves. How am I to birth a new brood when my children grow stand-divided? False words and foul magics. Funnily enough, the same accusations made by Garlemald. Yes. Who dares enter the sacred chamber? Forgive my intrusion, Queen Mother. I speak for the Sahagin who seek an accord with the Shorewalkers. A new age is upon us. We needn't turn to false gods, nor foment bitterness and bloodshed in our precious spawning grounds. Sleep well. Sleep well. Could this be true? Lies! Lies! Do not be deceived by that one's delusions, my queen. He is a heathen who have stayed from Lord Leviathan's light. The Shorewalkers are oathbreakers, now and forevermore. As they have extended one hand in friendship, they clutch a dagger in the other. We're beasts in their eyes, deserving of naught but slaughter. Oh, Oh, for a blessed moment, I felt the faintest touch of hope. But you are right, Tao. They are demons, and we are damned. Oh, for woe! My poor children have lost their faith, their minds poisoned by lies. They turn away from the Lord of the World, and cast their lot with the enemy. 'Tis so, my queen, 'tis so. We'll have no choice but to abandon our sacred spawning grounds and sink to the ocean's floor to rot and decay. Tao, dearest of my children, tell them that we have no... You tell them that we have no future. How can I bring new life into this world, knowing my brood will have their hearts stolen and abandon me? How can I bear this unfathomable sadness? I cannot. Shh. What's happening? Please, my queen, you must calm yourself. Shh! Oh, this gets me lightheaded. Such power, such beauty, a blessing from Lord Leviathan himself. So this is a blasphemy, eh? I can see what all the fuss is about. You have your wits about you. Good. If you can fight, now's the time. Still cool as shit. Strike now, my queen! Send the shorewalkers and their honorless leader to her death. Oh? The fuck? The fuck? What's happening? Can't feel my legs. Ow, fuck. Oh? Oh? Why, mother? Are we not your children too? God, that's good Foley work. That's excellent Foley work. Damn it! We cannot weather another blow like the last. Yo? That who I think it is? It might be. I saw blue. There's a chance. I still don't know what in the seven hells just happened, but I'll be damned if I'm gonna let go down without a fight. Whomst? We'll see in a moment. Steady! The beast is feeding on our aether. Will not survive a head-on fight. And Daniel, Lord, remember the company's stratagem when faced with overwhelming odds. Retreat! Retreat! Let's get ourselves the bloody hell out of here! I mean, I'm not surprised, but, like, really? No, I don't... Yeah, you're not who I thought. I saw blue and I thought it's like, oh, it's that one motherfucker. It's that one motherfucker. But no. I do not think I know who that is offhand. Unless it's the previous leader of the Company of Heroes, and I've memory holed him. Damn it all. We'd have better luck holding back the tide. How goes it, friends? Is what I would normally ask, but judging from the muttered cursing, I gather it did not go all that well. We barely escaped with our lives. To think the damned beast had the power to stop us in our tracks. Literally. What do we know of the creature's origins? Was it once a Sahagin as you suspected? Reports from the Balmung quicksands. What's up? Map the Echo afforded Roxy some insight. You've been forced to read the words ook pheromones in someone's search info. I hate that.
Those villainy knows no bounds, sowing seeds of despair in our Queen Mother's heart, that she might transform into that monstrosity.
If she was the first to turn, then there was nothing deliberate about it. Still, it's clear that his words served as a catalyst. If we killed the blasphemy, it'll be tantamount to killing the Sagan's queen. That's not going to endear us to them one bit.
I cannot turn my spear against the mother who birthed me, let alone take her life.
Otherwise, a surprising lack of nudity in the establishment for once. And now the weather. Waiting for the bus in the rain, waiting for the bus in the rain. Out of curiosity, did someone else see you fire that shot? Were it not one of them, were it not for them, we'd all be dead. I know not, but we must formulate a plan, and quickly. My scouts tell me that the blasphemy has left the island and now roams the open sea. I will order them to continue the search. In the meantime, we must find a means to overcome the beast's formidable offense. Leave that to us. Time and time again, we've had our wits and experience to triumph over the longest odds. To defeat the enemy, you must first know the enemy. Tell me, Commander, what do you reckon were the most valuable knowledge we gleaned from our initial encounter? The blasphemy has the power to absorb Aether is actually really useful. I concur. Now that we know the beast disables its foes, we can use this knowledge to devise a proper defense against it. But that's not all we've learned. While the blasphemy can maneuver through the water, it also frequents caves and the like. Our best chances of defeating it would be in such a place. Our only chance, I dare say. I will send the scouts to identify all large caverns and coastal areas that could serve as shelter for a massive creature. To ensure the safety of our people, and to have any hope of peace for the Sahagin, this is a battle we must all win. All your strength and wisdom will be needed in the days to come. Dismissed. Yeah, whenever I hear "and now the weather," I can't help but think of, fuck. What's the podcast? What? Why did I memory hole its name? With that smooth talker that's gay for the science man. Night Vale. Night Vale. What podcast? Night Vale, yeah. I can't believe that that's what put me on. With the smooth talker that's gay for the science man. But I mean, hey, whatever works, right? Waiting for the bus, took a picture of another bus, waiting for the bus in the rain. I've been waiting for the bus, the sun came, but the sun ain't out no more cause it's gray. Fucking love that song. Come, share our findings with the Maelstrom. The bus song, it's catchy. It's really catchy. Okay. So I'm just saying, we're in the neighborhood. We're right there. Let's give another 3. And once we're at the Aft Castle, we'll do the other 3 on that one person. Okay, so same, swap, chaos. I can make work with that. Maybe. Alright, I'm giving advantage. That's good. Same as what I think it is, right? When a card is played, if two or more sides are touching other cards and the ranks of those sides are identical to those of the sides in the card played, the other card is flipped. Huh. I still don't know how to play that. It is catchy. You remember having it on your phone during uni times, during bus rides? Yeah, that's where I am on remembering that song. I would rather put this here as sacrificial lamb. Okay. There's one win. I just want your card. It's all I want. It's all I've ever wanted. 3 open, swap, chaos. Okay, so other than that, bump. We play defensively. Have an 8 facing that way. Really? I expected Philia to be the next card played. So 3 wins. I'll at least play, or I'll at least feel somewhat better. Not having the Etsuyu card's actually kind of a bummer, but... Dissension, swap. Okay, so I don't have anyone that can descend. Of course you have Tara Bramford. Of course you do. Give me a capable card. Not like that. That's mean. Draw. Fuck, fine. Apparently there's a club happening, or a club thing going on. Oh, it's on Aether. Of course it is. Aether's where all the weird shit happens if it isn't on Crystal. But, like... Actually, I think Aether is a world and Crystal is a data center. You good? Yeah, he's good. He's fine. Now that we have seen what the blasphemy is capable of ourselves, 'tis more plain to me than ever that it must be slain. Reach out to all trade ships entering and departing Limsa. Inform them that any sightings of the blasphemy are to be reported to Maelstrom Command at once. Understood. But given the beast's abilities, how do you intend to overcome it? I trust that the company of heroes and Roxy, experienced primal slayers all, will find a way. Aether is your homeworld and you know shit happens there? Yup. Siren homeworld, Aether DC? Yup. Okay, okay. And yet, I would leave no resource untapped. There is one more whose expertise I could call upon if you would even agree. Even Wastegate is a loss as to whether's... is at a loss as to his former commander's whereabouts, but... maybe Ainza could offer some guidance? No doubt you are still fatigued from the battle with the blasphemy. Pray, rest while you are able. When we are ready to take further action, you will hear from me. Till then, take care. Alright, and then we give it our 3. I just need 1 card from you. Just don't take my slot. Fuck it. Defensive. And now they might go for their weakest card. Boom. Okay. 2 more. If I'm in the neighborhood, I might as well. Alright, you didn't take my good slot. This is optimal play. Ain't nobody capping here. Hear me out. Shit. Oh, I'm an idiot. Forgot the sad card games. Who boy does it? Alright, so that's not optimal, but that also means that the Merlib card isn't going to be used. Uncappable with my deck. However, and now fuck. Okay. What I'm gonna do now, before I go on BRB, I'm gonna go into the barracks. So that this track is happening without all the overwhelming in-game noise. Yeah. I'll be right back. I got food. And I need to scarf that down, because if this is going to be a longer stream, hoo boy. Okay, I want to be 100% here. This may take longer than I thought. Because I thought this would be a much smaller stake. But I'll be looking at chat, but I will be muted. Whoops. 2 seconds. Recalibrating. Putting headphones on. Again, you get a much larger dinner than you thought you were getting, because it's like, hey, come downstairs. We have made food for the staff, and it's like, oh, cool. That's very nice of you. Fucking big-ass steak. Whoop. There we are. Oh, shit, I should have gotten tea. That's not out of the question for me to, like, get up, start, and then run away. But, still. Ah, Roxy. I wish I had better news for you, but the blasphemy continues to elude us. Can you hear me, Commander? This is Waistgate. I have an idea of how to take down the blasphemy. Meet me in Costa del Sol as soon as you're able. Oh, that sounds promising. I'll tell the Admiral you'll be away for a bit. Godspeed. Stay safe out there. God, I remember a time in this game where that 150 fee was like, where like that fee for 150 is like, oh, that's a couple quests. Shit. Wait. Really? Level 35 and you're looking like that? Apologies for having you come all this way, Roxy. Ever since our encounter with the blasphemy, I've been racking my brain proper to find a way of dealing with its debilitating attack. Sadly, come up empty-handed, and my companions fare no better. That's when I started thinking, if only our finest was still with us. Always had a knack for noticing what the rest of us missed. His eyes were so sharp he could spot a foe's weakness with a single glance. And thanks to him that we were able to slay both Leviathan and Titan and live to tell the tale. The rub is, well, he's a bit eccentric. And yeah, I know you could say that about all the company members. But unlike us, he prefers to work from the shadows. Truth be told, I've not seen him since before the day we disbanded. I doubt he'd helped his old comrades even if we asked. But an order from the company's acting commander would be a different story. In our heyday, we had a way of reaching him. Whistle at the fork road, and sooner or later he'd show himself. Didn't matter when, winter or summer, in broad daylight or dead of night. He was always watching from afar. With any luck, he still is now. But I've rambled enough. Go on now. This may be our best and only hope. So about where? That's not the Bloodshore. Bloodshore's over there. Can't fool me. I guess this is Bloodshore. Here I was, enjoying my retirement. Why'd you have to go and bloody whistle? Call me Lorenz. I'm the company's resident sharpshooter. At least I was in my day. No need to tell me who you are. Been watching you for quite some time. Oh, don't get the wrong idea. I'm just curious how my former mates are faring. Not as curious as the folks were about me, though. First Waistcoat and then old Mistbeard himself. As if those cultures could ever catch me. And now Eorzea's storied hero summons me forth. No need to say why. You can ask me to help you take down the blasphemy. I'm not asking you I'm ordering ya. You drive a hard bargain. I like that. Who am I to refuse an order from the company's acting commander? How am I? Hanging in there. So tell me, acting commander, what specific duty would you task me with? I trust you do have a plan. So you need a way to neutralize the beast's most potent attack. I can tell you like getting up close and personal with your foes, so I'll be needing support from a distance. Who do you suppose might be best suited for that role? You, of course. Damn right. My eyes are among the keenest in the realm. You've doubtless heard that from Waistgate. In pure marksmanship, none in Limsa are the Admiral's equal. Yet Merlwyb is ill-suited for a supporting role. Not for a lack of skill, of course, but rather... Yeah, come to think of it, there's something you should know. Follow me. I like him already. Part of me wonders. Let me see if I can get a name right quick. Ah, okay. So they did name drop Lorenz in the other side stories. For the role quests. But other than that, eh. Apparently a bunch of people are just hanging out at a really high peak. And they're like, is there like an achievement or something special? And they're like, nah. You just get to hang with the cool kids. You get a sense of personal achievement. A long think session about what you could have done with the time you devoted to this. See, this is why I love this goddamn community. Love these fuckers. Quite the view, wouldn't you say? I often come here to admire the sea. If you would, indulge me for a moment, I'll spin you a yarn. Just try not to doze off. Finally, we get to be cool. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Back in piracy's golden age, the League of Lost Bastards was ruled the Rotano. I was one of them, as was Merlwyb. We were led by none other than our old man, Blowfishwin, the most feared captain on the high seas. Feared by his enemies, that is. Stern and unforgiving though he was. He took me under his wing and showed me the ropes. Aye. He was like a father to me. You know, to us all. Till that fateful day. Was in the year 1562 of the 6th Astral Era. The Mincin merchantman was struggling with the nigh constant raids by the Sahagin. Around this time, Blowfus had yielded the day-to-day leadership of the bastards to Merlwyb, his pride and joy. She was growing into the role, though, and everyone knew the old captain was still calling the shots. Old Blowfus had a noble streak, he did. Ordered us to defend the traders from the fishbacks. Merlwyb led the effort, and fought day after day to keep the seas safe. Fighting was fierce, but we always came out of it in one piece. Till we didn't. Until after a skirmish, a Sahagin survivor, with his last breath, summoned forth the Lord of the Whirl. The great beast toppled our masts and cracked the keel like an egg. We chambered along aboard the merchantmen as our own ship sank. Not to do but wait for the end. But then comes Blowfus and his bleeding flotilla out of nowhere to pull us out of the fire. And he did. But the League of Lost Bastards would never be the same again.
For even though we'd escaped with our lives, we'd soon discover that Captain Blowfist, our iron-willed, unwavering leader, had fallen under Leviathan's thrall. Of course, those days, we didn't know much about drowning or tempering. Didn't know what to make of our captain as he grew more haggard by the day, his words devolving into the craziest rambling. Then one day, vanishes, taken off with half our men. Not long after, a band of pirates calling themselves the Serpent Reavers began to take prizes in the Indigo Deep alongside the Sahagin, and at the helm was none other than Captain Blowfist, who'd cast his lot with the Fishbacks. Merlweb knew what had to be done, and to her credit, she didn't shrink from the deed. She acted quickly, sneaking off under the cover of night with a skeleton crew without so much as telling me. Of course, that didn't stop me from stowing myself in the cargo hold and joining her on the voyage. She was none too happy to see me at first. Wanted to leave me out of it, she said. But, seeing as I made myself known when she was struggling to fend off a horde of reavers and fishbacks, wasn't so hard to win her over. Twin muskets fell in one after the next, as my sharpshooting kept us safe from afar. Cut a path to the center of the isle. Sorry. It was there we found Blowfist. Rather, the miserable wretch he'd been reduced to. All bones, skin shriveled and tangled and a strangled mat of white hair, eyes bulging from his head like a fish as he prayed to the Lord of the World. Bless you, thank you. I am a blessing. Merlweb challenged him to a duel, and a dim memory must have flickered in his drowning mind, for he accepted. As so, with only me there to witness it, Merlweb ended her father's life. The League of Lost Bastards would have lived up to his name if it weren't for Merlweb. She assumed full command and restored us to the former glory. Not long after, she triumphed in the Trident and was named Chief Admiral of Limsa Leminsa. I often think back to that day, seeing her charge into battle, muskets blazing. Might seem reckless to some, but that's how Captain Blowfist taught her, and she knows no other way. And that's why I made it my job to support her from the shadows. It's a role in which I'll happily serve again. I owe that much to her, old man. My only doubt was whether you, my friend, were worthy of commanding me, but watching you from afar has answered my question. Aye, tell Whiskate and the rest of my no-good companions that our end stands with them. God, I don't know how to put this, but like, so I guess I've got to put it in the first way. Whoop. Oh, you know what? We are in the area. Event's still happening, right? Yeah, the event's still gotta be happening. Deathly certain. It's this way, right? Oh, yeah, it is. Let's see if I can just go sicko mode on this. I do watch your step recreationally, so maybe? Fuck it, right? Alright. Wait, what? There we go. Bump, 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 bump. Shit. That's... So I was actually super good at doing this the first time. I just kind of want to do it a second time. Okay. So that seems easier.
Alright, halfway point. Alright, so we gotta back up, get on. Damn it. God, with people watching, this one's actually a little harder. Oh, I'm short jumping, that's why. For the record, that's the easier path, technically, but fuck that. Up. See? It looks really daunting at first, though, so, like, I don't begrudge anyone for being like, shit, hard to do. Because it kind of can be. Boom, we're up at the end. And you made it back again. Take you enjoy the sort of thing. If that's the case, I recommend the most difficult course, which will take me even further up? Is that what's going on over there? Hold up. Howdy, boys. Okay, I haven't done the harder one. How do I get up there? When have we ever took the easy way around? I take the hard way around on accident, more often than not. Let's just do the quick way. Just gotta trust in yourself. Safe. It's harrowing, but, like, it's not as dangerous as it seems. How do I get over there? Hold up. Let's see. Okay, so you can pretty safely just jump. Ah, undershot. I haven't gone to the top. I did what was mandatory for the quest and then stopped. Because I'm like, oh yes, that must be all of it. Yeah, see what I mean by, like, as long as you've got it going, you're fine? Hold up. I need to see them do it. I need to see someone make it. Okay. It's about... Yep. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. See, this one's harder, too. There's way less room to fuck up. I'm almost tempted to say that the bombs do nothing. But maybe I'm straight up just moving right before it's dangerous. Okay. Shit. I have done the fucking... Okay. So, like, I've done the, You know what? Yeah, okay, those actually do something. It seems that it's a really, really small circle. Curious to see speedruns of this? Oh, people have done it. People have already been, like, posting speedruns. It's nuts. Shit! This might be the faster way. No. It's weird, though, because, like, the speedrun category is, like, locked in once the event's over. So, like, I actually don't see the glory in doing full speedruns of this one. Unless they do this event next year, but I doubt it. Fuck! One more. All this time, I finally see what the bombs actually do, and now I'm eating them. We in bomb bad trouble now. Damn it. Oh shit, we're dropping frame. Oh wait, no, we're not dropping frames, it's fine. Now you may also be like, oh, but what about like, could you use your mount? Nope. The bombs heard me talking smack. They did. That's true. Okay, so I can do a slight turn. Damn it. I said one more. I'm holding myself to it. Unless someone puts a bounty on it, but I doubt it. Did Lorenz show himself? Uh-huh. Now there's a surprise. I had some hope your words might reach him, but never did I imagine he'd agree so readily. Ah, just one more thing. Roxy, I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention Lorenz's involvement to the company. Landaniel in particular. Or Landonel in particular. They'll find out soon enough regardless. At any rate, this gives us hope in our battle against the blasphemy. All that remains is to set the snare and lure the beast into our clutches. Our scouts are on the lookout for the creatures as we speak. If the latest reports are to be believed, then we're drawing ever closer. And with that, I'd best get back to it. Can I trust you to report these latest developments with the Maelstrom? Till we meet again, Commander. Alright, Maelstrom Command. Yeah, I can't just have a Chocobo send me to Limsa. Much as I'd like. Much as I'd like. Hold up. What is this man's name? Mad because small. Sorry, I saw Mad because. And I'm like, what in the goddamn is this person's name? It's Mad because small. Hey, we stand short kings in this house. That's all I'm saying. The search for the blasphemy continues, though I understand that you've been carrying out an entirely different investigation. A marksman by the name of Lorenz, eh? Admirably pleased. Of course, we don't have to call for his skills until the blasphemy is found. Rest well and prepare yourself as necessary in the meantime. Lorenz? Why does that name ring a bell? Coconut cod chowder. Nice. I'm gonna give her my 3 because we're not gonna be here for a good long while. So I'd rather just get it done. Hey. Good defensive play. Yeah, I was gonna say you probably have a 7 or an 8 just sitting around. 8. A. And 8,000 MGP for my efforts. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Alright. As per usual, Squall is there because nothing is capturing an ace. You know how I mean? Okay, so they're gonna capture here. However, that was my plan all along. So they capture here. They don't even bother to go for a real capture on that one. Fuck! Oh, I played right into that, didn't I? The second trend game card game. Triple Triad is the best card game ever put into a video game that isn't like a real card game to start. It's part of what kept me going in Final Fantasy VIII. Although I love Final Fantasy VIII a lot. So like, don't take that as FF8 hate. This is a good defensive position to smack myself into. Mostly because... Wait. It's a 5, right? Cap with a 6. Hold up. Cap. Hey! Oh! Fuck you! Oh, no. No, I think I did my 3, but that's bullshit. That was bullshit. I'm actually mad this time. I could smell that hidden card. FF8's pretty solid. It is. It's straight up my favorite game that isn't an MMO and isn't 6. Isn't an MMO, isn't 6, isn't a spinoff. Granted, one could argue that, oh, but isn't every Final Fantasy game a spinoff? Shut up. Alright. I didn't get the card I wanted, but I proved my point. Alright, so Camp Broken Glass. Ugh. That's a shitload of gil. Oh shit, an actual like fighty instance. You're more of an FF5 kind of guy? Too much of a job systematic? I love the job system. But the job system was perfected in tactics. In my opinion. I'll give them all their fair due. When the time comes around, because 1 through 6 have those remasters, and I want to play them anyways. Roxy, you're not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's the events on the ground that concern me. As you have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. They cut the customary greetings short after we received word from their troops under the Magna Glacies that the Forum's airship has landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would like you to join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you're ready to depart. Several cutscenes will play. But also, battles. Earlier on the Magna Glacies. Yeah, FF5's good, to my memory. As far as I'm aware, there isn't like a single garbage Final Fantasy that has a number. There's some that are kind of lackluster for me, and some might say... Because, like, you could say 13 or 15, but I wouldn't even call them garbage. I would just say, they're different. Oof. I know that that's a recolor of something I've seen a million times, but that's...
Final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense. Leave the fighting to us, Father.
Yeah.
People to save.
All right. Let's go, let's go. Estinian, you know you can do it.
You shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
You know, I know I said that the job system was perfected in tactics. I should say, like, my favorite version of them. My favorite version of it is from tactics. I'm actually not gonna lie, I was really surprised when I recently heard. Okay, shit. Diagnosis?
Help is at hand.
Alright. Alright, Dosis. I was gonna say, Estinian, a hand. Was I just fucking self-healing? Yes, don't worry about it. I did it again. Don't worry about it. This isn't my kit. Alright. Shit. Okay. Tactics was pretty neat. It's got a damn good narrative. That's where I'm at with it. Good systems, good narrative. That's all I want out of an FF game. I'll self-heal. Alright, everyone's turning? No, no, no. No, the fuck they aren't. If everyone was turning, there wouldn't be people to fight the good fight. Get the fuck up.
Easy now. Deep
Get up, get up. Meet with Fortuno. Lucy! Hello, hello! I saw that you weren't doing too great. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're otherwise doing well, though. I hope I can keep you in good spirits. Shit, Estinian. You're just trying to exist? That's all that matters. Hold up. All right. Do a little self-heal before we start dealing real damage. God, this is cool. Can I stack this? No. Magic barrier, magic barrier, magic barrier. Shit. Am I in? Yeah. Fuck. We're good. We're good. Estinian? Diagnosis. Estinian. Oh, have a good time at work, or stay safe at work, I should say. I know how work is. Work sucks and jobs are stupid. God damn it. I'm used to all my healing abilities being on the QERFZXCV keys. Prognosis. I'm on you. Alright, yep, that sucks, but it's fine. It's fine. Oh, damn, she kinda... So how's the final days? They're final.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
Yo, is that just a beholder? That's just a beholder.
I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Ayo? Holy shit. Okay, I didn't know he'd be fighting fit by now.
Wait, that's
Garlemald. Helping.
Euless and the army?
Yeah, Euless.
So, you've recovered then?
I didn't know he was in shape at this point.
In time enough to be of aid. Once.
Okay.
We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight!
There are much larger things than border squabbles right now.
Or with better! For Garlemald,
Am I gonna play as Euless? Oh, I hope so. Spoil nothing for me. I am closing one eye so I do not see my right monitor.
no doubt.
Ah, no.
The gods of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army.
Look, we make do with who we can. Yo, Alice, Graha!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Just do it again.
Withdrawal might be in order.
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate.
Yeah!
To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
Oh, when have we not?
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go.
God, I love the camaraderie here. Okay, who am I? I assume Alice. Yep. Okay, so... Embolden? Okay. Yep. Oh, that's a way to start. Alright. Let's just pop over here. God, this is cool. Oh, detonators. Detonators gotta go. Alright, move on up. I heard there was people that needed a saving. That one's not like the rest? Yeah, it's living. Gah, okay. For cure. Deadly impact. How do I work with that? No, I know what I'm doing. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, this is good. Okay. Calls down a rain of meteors. Okay. I'll pop heals. Other side? Yup. Fuck, 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 fuck. This one might actually not be great. Nope, we're still good. Alright, my 2 combo.
I'm not done yet.
Okay. Bump, bump, bump.
Nothing to worry about.
Fuck, okay.
The air crackles with energy. Find cover.
Okay, from what direction is the real question. Okay.
As they say, turnabout's fair play.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Vermilion pledge? Bet. Whoa. That's the sickest! So, like, I usually hate it when in shows they do the thing where the protagonist just becomes a beam of energy because it makes the fight a lot less readable. I love doing it in a video game. It is the most video game thing ever.
Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Oh shit. I don't have this on auto advance. Like I should.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too.
Oh, it's
didn't you?
Perugia. Perugia.
Ah, you're from Pelicar's stand. I'm glad you're still
I don't know why I saw an IA at the end of it when I read it the last couple times. Instead of Perugia,
Oh, you
not
will be,
Perusia.
once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
Ayo? Oh, ooh, ooh. She's still on her feet. She's fine. Shit. She has 1 foot on the ground. It's fine. Of course he would, because he's our all-rounder.
Get out of here. Quickly.
God, the guitar work in just the regular battle music is...
Not a one. This will be a brighter future.
Yeah!
Let a madman's apocalypse ruin.
Yeah, 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 yeah! Holy shit! Woohoo! Holy shit!
It's together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is.
I knew that there was a butt there. There had to be a butt there.
Fight alone.
Yeah! Yeah, 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 yeah! Speak of the devil and she shall appear. It really doesn't help that I've tried to become the most main character that I possibly could. And this is precisely why you should never skip your squat regimen.
I can look after myself, you know.
I know, but why should you have to, huh?
Everything's in order, I trust.
More or less. Now, next on the agenda, you. Okay.
Oh, a trio for the ages.
Debuff. Everyone get a buff. Wow, we are melting him. Missed opportunity to go next on the menu. Yeah, don't worry about it. And now, I wanna play with you. Alright.
Just the beginning.
Womp. Yeah, I was gonna say, do we still have to do the... Yeah.
I had a feeling I'd find you.
Hey, Stadion, how you doing? And Alphino.
Last of the worst troublemakers. With me.
Graha gonna be okay. Well, he will now. Alright. Euless is on refugee duty. That's fine. This is the coolest shit. This is the... God, okay, where am I going? Ah! Okay. No, I see the scare attempt. Alright, everyone get some DPS. Yep. Ow, fuck off. The main character is here. Yeah. And that's not usually a trope I'm, like, huge on, but, like... It's like I said earlier, it's a very video game thing, so, like, when you actually play it, it feels great. Also, I like my moveset. My moveset's very cool. It hits different when it's you. Yes, exactly. Okay. I had to reorient, find out where I was. Noted. Forceful impact? Yeah, no. Yeah, I hear ya. No, I'm not with ya. Safest place is to be right there. Alice gonna be okay. Get that kid some milk. There we go. There we go. Ugh. God damn.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Charlian is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland.
But it's not there right now.
What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you.
That's all you can do. It's all he can, and that's all he should do, in theory.
Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Charlian. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
Yeah.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
What? The fuck? We were having a moment. Oh, I didn't realize he had a mouth on his arm. Sick as fuck. Sick as fuck. I was gonna say, that's a Reaper move. That was guillotine. What do you have in mind, Xenos?
Xenos! Here! You'll be alright.
I mean,
Hurry to the
it
edge.
doesn't surprise me that Xenos is right there. Why does Xenos look like he's a hoe in every outfit,
Why have you come?
no matter how much skin it covers?
A heretofore unseen beast.
Does he just have a hora?
Ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Like, I look at Xenos and I'm like, that man is a slut. I love him.
That is and has ever been my sole concern.
That outfit just drips with sex. I'm just saying.
You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my
Clean.
and I wait.
Fucking clean.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing. You slaughtered your countrymen. You did. For what?
For nothing.
Get him!
So much wasted effort.
You. You bastard! For your own sake, Phyllis, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
God, I can feel the pit in his stomach. I know that it's there. I know exactly how he's feeling.
Would you be happier
And it's...
had I a good reason?
Ooh.
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience removed. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous.
Holy shit.
How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends.
I genuinely keep forgetting that Xenos has been in a leadership position for so long, so of course he'd be a good speaker. But like, when the villain says specific sentences, that's just a boom.
What meaning
That is a round to the chest.
vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you and you alone.
Actually, this is why Xenos is your favorite villain. He's aware of how he fits into the role.
Should you seek it in
Yeah, I feel.
pursuit of my demise, then come.
He's on par with Kafka.
Place is a luxury blade.
Don't. You don't stand a chance.
You are a blight on the Garlean race. There would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go, and may we never suffer your madness again.
Xenos is going, bitch, try it. He is currently technically unarmed, but he is ready. You know, moment's notice.
Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
I can't help but feel like that actually got through more than we think. I like his coat.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being.
4.
There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. You needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Charlian. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Ulysses, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be off to your seat on the forum next.
Not wrong. I also can't help but notice for some reason that the snow is shiny. Forgot what the name of this weather is. Can you check Starstorm? I'm almost certain. Or, something close. Oh, this one's just called Apocalypse. I thought it was the same as what we saw in Yulmore. To see Xeno standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. New weapon? New weapon? New weapon? Let's also... Can I glam? And recommended gear. How does that look? It's cool, and it's closer to what Xenos has. I can't notice that this has like a CO2 tank, whereas Xenos has a barrel, or a cylinder. Wait, isn't that the chainsaw? Eh. Can I unsheath? I mean, I've already had the... I'm gonna keep this around. I didn't know I had one of those. I wish I had a... I wish I had a glamour dismissal. But no, I've already had one of the chainsaw ones.
No major injuries then. Good.
It's what I used to be working with.
I briefed
Don't worry
the
about
Republic
it.
soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
We got who we could. That's literally all that matters.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuno Leveilleur.
Okay, so I feel good that I've been pronouncing it the right way as well.
These most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
I mean, hey, what else are you gonna do? Just sit back? What are you gonna do? Come on. You know you'd like to.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
Can I get that coat, by the way?
A moment.
Just out of curiosity, is that a thing I can buy?
You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
Oh, that is the sourest face.
To again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor.
God, this
Do you swear to listen and
dude looks like he ate a lot. Dude looks like he's lying in LA Noire.
I swear.
any other I would doubt. You I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well.
His hair is too good to be LA Noire. In all fairness,
You may await our summons at the Valdesian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
in all fairness, I learned that the hair thing was actually decided because they're like, okay, so our hair, this facial capture technology can only work if there's no hair in sight. So the 1940, the late 40s to the early 50s is the perfect time period.
Here's something just now.
And I think that is the funniest thing. The fuck? But why are you scary? Okay, no, actual question, why are you scary? Do-do-do-do. Pudding way? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Where, oh, where is this stars blasting?
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, hey, why are you on Elpis? Or Atheris?
Dawn may banish even the darkest.
Gotta have a little bit of levity after that. I mean, that's true, but it's like, what the fuck?
And comfort.
Don't mind them, they're just hungry.
'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
I've been here for 15 minutes. Not
Fear
enough.
for my health should I proceed to expand upon my purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
I am a material girl.
Summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands.
Okay.
Come down here and help.
Why couldn't you have sent Pudding way down with a bit of pudding so that they weren't starving?
She says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Atheris. Oriange made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
I love the fucking Loprits. They're great.
Wants of pudding to be found.
Oh, he wants flan.
His inferior works no more.
Flan specifically.
Hey,
Not just any pudding.
consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about
Apocalyptic
pudding and
vacay. Yeah.
As I was saying, should you require any assistance with
Goodbye, Fantasy Flan. I would kill to eat flan again. That shit's good.
So naturally, we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Orianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better.
Of course it was.
Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Are they what? Hungry? Leopards?
Hail, fellow, well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last.
I'm actually kind of surprised that they haven't met before.
Right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
After seeing how Vanilla loved creating cute fluffy things, it makes sense that the Loporits look the way they do. Force Note didn't even know what they looked like. It is a surprise, legitimately, that, like, he does not know what his collaborators even look like in passing.
I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
Hey, so, can someone put, like, a little rope around Puddingway's arm?
That I did so only after the Loporits made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable.
Can I get a Loporit that follows me around called Minionway?
I followed my heart.
May thy disciples banish this darkest of nights. Treat the Loporits like kindergartners. Well, I've seen some parents, like, actively have their kids on a harness because they cannot trust their children to just, like, not walk into the street. That is just so that you know, I think that is terrifying. But I'm just saying, it's not unheard of.
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Yeah, you got your fucking... You're wearing fall clothing in the winter.
Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
I can't stop staring at Puddingway. Yeah, if I recall this mission, I dare say Master Foshino was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Heidelin's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith. We may have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the rostra. Oh, I didn't take my sightseeing log. Beg pardon, good madam. I could scarce help but notice that sightseeing log on your person. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer my niece wrote about, would you? Aha, so it is you. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Babbitt Ironheart, Milith's aunt and seasoned explorer. Be a dear and hand me that log of yours. Milith told me all about how she helped you embark on explorations of your own, so it's only right that I share with you some wisdom of my own. Let me see. Oh, I can't forget to mention that. And done. You should be all set, dear. I've jotted down everything I've heard about the most remarkable vistas the realm has to offer. Of course, the few notes I've shared are not more than rumors, describing locales so fantastical that I can barely believe they exist. But as I always say, the true joy of exploration lies not in the destination, but in the journey. So go forth, dear, and see what sort of journey these hints take you on. That sightseeing log of yours won't fill itself, you know. Getting food, take your time. Yeah, it didn't occur to me that I should totally get my sightseeing log started. Hold up. Okay. Keep moving this way. Da 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 da. Hold up, hold up. Yeah, because there's always the last stand employee. Sandwiches and pretzels is the quest I'm recommended to do. Okay. Where does sandwiches and pretzels start? Doll's Dash, outside help. Box is locked tight. Wait, does it say... Okay, I thought it was this box is locked all right at first. So I had to be like, wait. Did I auto-complete a sentence? No. Alright. Pop through the main hall. Alright, are we voiced? To me, this says no. You're back? Welcome back. Welcome back. Not a moment too soon. Not that I'm complaining, Oriange, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Atheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loprits a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Kryl tells us that you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I've news to share regarding our study of the ethereal sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Hyland's Elpis father lead? Well, it disintegrated. And then I went back to the past. And then I saw a bird lady named Meatball. And that's about it. Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasa are one and the same, then it all but proves Nidana's theory. Where an entity through sheer force of emotion to channel the vast, dormant reservoir into a raging river, its power might even surpass that of Aether. But if our star is so replete with Aether, said entity would have to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis to the great expense. Don't call her Meatball. I will, and I will. Meetian. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Aetheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. Well, we have but one aim, to defeat Meteion. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteion and we deliver the world from the final days, but even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, determine her location. Before Meteion escaped, the enchantment was placed upon her by Vanar, the woman who would later become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Vanar you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. Do you suppose that she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteion? The Vanar I know would never give up. How was that last trust dungeon? It was actually kind of tough. That final fight had a gimmick that actually caused me to need to think. And that's where that starts and ends. That's my impression too. Otherwise she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe that she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So, what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteion. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon whosoever she has made her nest, wheresoever she has made a nest. Then communing with Hydaelyn must be necessity come first. Did you, Master Matoya, have any luck with your investigation to the ethereal sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Arenvold and the other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the Anti-Tower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has made some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the ethereal sea, built closer to home. If you remember it more for the trusts it gives you. That too. I did not anticipate Emmett Selk ever being someone that fights alongside me. So I had to interrupt. We've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Then Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. Okay. Part of me hopes that I can maybe get an effigy of, or whatever it's called, of Emmett Selk and Envena and Hythlodaeus, but I doubt it. Again, do not spoil such things for me, but like, I've got my doubts. I love this track so much. It's so relaxing. The forum is in session, and as such, the roster is closed to visitors. Scion of the 7th Dawn. Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition that you leave your armament at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. Implements of war are expressly forbidden. I have a farming tool on my back, thank you very much. Woo! The forum. In order to accommodate the 99 members of the forum, their seating in the assembly hall is arranged in the shape of a spiral. Viewed from above, one is remained of the symbol emblazoned, yada yada yada. I only say yada 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 because I accidentally closed everything.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are
Okay.
here to listen and to learn. But if the forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends.
What do you got for me?
By your leave, of course.
What do you got?
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the 7th Dawn at their request on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glacies. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose Charlian has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenor and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Charlian citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after.
Okay.
Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thav we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As much as one can, I think.
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today.
You have my attention.
The final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Is there anything to be done?
I mean, what is there to be done is the question.
The primary means
of all we could do.
Space between stars is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem?
What if? And how would we?
We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Heidelin.
That's the important one. If we have to bargain down to 2, or if we have to bargain down to 1.
You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your ark.
It does make me curious what other use for the Ark is there outside of a big space.
To refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to state?
I do like that it's 99 a lot. I say we use it for space cruises.
Delightful as always, Master Alfino.
We can fly into the sun and it'll go out in a really cool ball of fire.
Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago.
Monteshane. We have resources.
Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective?
Also, his face looks real goddamn weird.
What we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration.
Got me there.
I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Dude's face looks like it came out of... It He does look like he's from Fable. His face is also way too flat. His face model's like less ugly elf Pope. Well, yeah.
All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. I only see one hand down.
In favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind, regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Four.
Very well.
Do your job. Do your job.
Pull this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. Final days wait for none.
They reminded you of a raid joke from a raid group that they would not let die. Oh dear. Oh dear. The tanks have eyes. I sure hope they do. I mean, I sure hope they do. Sorry about not letting the rest of you know my plan. I was, admittedly, thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we both require a means of commuting with Heidelin and reaching Meteon, in the spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work toward both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Aetherburner. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It also might behoove us to learn how an Aetherburner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. Yeah, no new quests yet. There we go. As instructed, I shall take you to see the Aetherburner. Meet me outside the Archean. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Goddamn, I love these boots. The Scion Traveler boots are just like, mwah. If you want full JRPG fashion, that's how you do it. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archean's lift. Step inside and have Ophaline take you to the medial circuit. Where are we going? Oh. You wish to use the lift, yes? Yep. I have sent your associates ahead to Logiston Alpha, or Logistican Alpha, on the other side of Mariel Argonomics. Now I can go down the elevator, yes. Actually, there is something I've been meaning to... No, never mind. It can wait. Let's attend to the moment at hand. Yeah, I cannot help but notice, how far out that is. I'm just saying. That's a bit out. That's a bit out there. It's a straight tomate. I don't know why, but I like that the tomatoes are aggressive. Probably because it reminds me of the Jimmy Neutron Happy Family Hour. Just, the pizza is aggressive. Just another day in the Neutron household. Exactly. The pizza is aggressive. Have you guys seen that video? Outside of Bray, who has obviously seen that video, like... Is it... 8? Really? I could have taken the stairs, but where's the point? Where is the point in that? We are to wait here until our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here, being Logistican Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? My father brought me here as a child. What, and left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind. You went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. 'Tis all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world. To grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding for complex mechanism employed by the Loporits in recreating a similar environment, I've come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the Luna Prison, forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind neath the moon's surface, each unique, yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Jimmy, your mom is dead. Order us a pizza for dinner. Yeah, that. I put it in stream context for those that don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Ever since Eidolon unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Atheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the Great Exodus, but that is not all. It is also the testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loporits have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, this is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I've arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed. Yeah, that's, to me, like an all-time classic weird internet video. Up there with Garfield by Pilot Red Sun. But everyone's seen Garfield. I do not believe people that say I have never seen Garfield. The Aether Burner is being constructed not far from here, overseeing the work of Kokol Dankol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Yeah, I'm still not over just how goddamn pretty this is. It's just like... It's nice. It's very pleasant. I hope for everyone's sake that I will be able to go here soon, but if not, such is life. Yeah. Disembodied head. Disembodied head. If I recall correctly, I should also just check the spirit bond on all my shit. Yeah.
No, been there, done that. Down near lost my eyebrows.
Hold on.
We'd be well on our way to paradise.
You sound familiar.
Themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think.
Hold up.
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, masterful, you know, what a pleasant surprise.
Kokol Dankol voice actor. Syrian
The
Owens.
schedule remains unchanged. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept
Okay,
assistance
so I don't know who that is. But yeah, he looks like how he sounds. He also voices Hancock.
There are Archons among their member.
He was also in Krypton, of all things.
Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. What? You are at liberty to return them to the surface. By whatever means.
The guy in Kugane who helps you? Yeah.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Aether Burner.
Aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the Aether Burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise.
But hello, you. I'm Kokol Dankol.
Giant bomb that never stops exploding.
I mean, yeah, that's just a V8 engine.
Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. It probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect.
I mean, that's fine.
To travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient.
Only 6%?
A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
No, I don't expect the 1.0 to be to anyone's liking, ever. Of anything that requires research and development.
They too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
You're reliving this all over again. It's a good video.
Refined adamantite, perchance.
You know of it?
Of course he does.
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allagan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalaman's construction and launch.
Now was the time for father-son bonding. Bond with me, Jimmy.
No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate
Maybe
enough
not a
to sail
living
the
soul,
Ether
but
just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk
but-
of Talamood that came hurtling into the northern empty during the calamity. With more. Well,
hold on.
that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamit scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
That's the first thought.
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with.
Ah, shit, you got me there.
Drive calls from Ragnarok class internally hoax. Those are the prize bits we really need.
So we got a name, and we've got multiple places that we might be able to...
Delving deep into the shards.
That's all?
The defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up.
That's all. That's all you need.
Going in there, even for the cream. I'm sure they'd make it out alive.
My specialty is
Weren't
just
we near
murder,
that
though.
part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
Yes. This sounds like a job for someone else. You want me to go and fetch the whatsits? The White Raven's ghost wants me.
Heavens, are you alright? You look pale as a... Well... Best put that battle from your
You
mind.
can still bring up the binding coil? Yeah!
That's it.
Which makes me wonder if you didn't do binding coil,
In Eorzea alone. So handling this ourselves
how would that
be the
play
most
out?
efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously. Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours. What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We
Huh.
alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
carry
yeah,
us
yeah,
heaven.
yeah, 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 yeah.
This is
I like
our
that
note.
gathering firewood
Scions have
is
needed
like a consistent... It's a consistent theme.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch...
Kara
our
Seven
finest-
Sword. I saw that. I saw that.
My sisters
That's
are
what I
somewhat
want.
preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-foot expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary.
Uh-huh.
Components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant
Okay, okay.
devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
magical artifacts of Allegan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
I mean...
anything in Offord that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad.
Little bit. Little bit.
If you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics.
Oh, that's it? That's all?
To some of the whole damn primal. Find a source of the pack, the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
That's all?
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
Might take a second, but...
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship.
I mean, hey.
I am glad
The dinosaur does not have to have have the internal knowledge of a combustion engine to fuel your car.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer.
Ah, sickard.
Charlie, and before you know it, start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye. Just
Gathering
like that.
firewood.
Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Every single adventure we've undertaken is paying off. I may have said somewhere that Stormblood gets retroactively better with every expansion. I stand by that. In times like these, we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alphino has become. Who would have thought he would achieve so much with a single link pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, it's best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, who might that be? That's for me to know and for you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck! Alright. Oh.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allegan make.
Yes.
Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials.
What is this Deus Ex music? Hold up.
Your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the stone torches, my son Zimberg will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Tizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of
I'm not gonna. Those are the dudes who explored the Temple of Karn. I wouldn't remember at that point.
clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth?
I'm legitimately surprised that Lolorito's still alive, though. He's one of those guys who you assume someone would have at least tried. Time for the Infinity War moment. Okay, but will it be good this time?
Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
I love Nanamo. She's a good egg. Or a good potato in this case. Less Infinity War, more Smash Ultimate. Oh, you're not going Avengers Assemble, you're going Everyone is Here. I feel you. I feel you. I'll probably pop off harder when Limsa comes along, not gonna lie. Cause Limsa's my boys. They're all my boys.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us...
Hey, my girl. Yeah.
What are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand?
I love Lee so much.
People with a talent for breaking things.
She's so pretty.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
Don't worry about it.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud.
Lee's hi, hello, wife moment. Yeah.
I know your people, and I know we will be
Please,
stronger
please.
as we fight this fight together.
I don't know. It'd retroactively be weird. Because that would imply that she could turn it on and off.
Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
Perhaps her sister was a bit more like that. And Y'shtola's died a couple times.
For nothing. I promise you, Papalina.
Quiet for MGS5 could do that too. Different story. Different science? Is it? I mean, from there, I'm just looking for the right word, because it's like, is it science or is it literally magic in this context?
We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
Ooh, there's a sink there in the heart. Ooh. That's,
That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
The pain in chat. Pain in chat. Don't remind me of him. It still kinda hurts.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the honorable...
I still can't shake that he looks like Chadtronic.
...for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do
I still can't shake that. But that might be just me.
Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is.
Oh, God, it's been a minute since I heard Soraban.
A fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask.
The dwarf asks for one relic, not all of them. Okay, but what if he gets the best one he can? Soraban's my dude. He's a big ol' ninja turtle. How's this top look? I mean, it looks cool, but like... not quite what I recall. Hold up. Okay, so we did going underground. No job too small. Though our friends are searching for refined adamite, or adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they've arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we can do to be of service? Ah! You've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, could you someone who knows a thing or two about Algan technology? At the gaze of the sea, that is true. Looks exactly like the Neo-ish Guardian crafted gear from 5.5. I see it. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Algan technology. You there! Lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than your average scholar. Huh. If only Master Cockle knew how right he was. Well, he and Graha established a rapport. Why won't you help us with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond in terms of our arrangement, but I propose that this is not to curry favour. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This will also be an opportunity to familiarise ourselves with the logistics of travelling the Great Expanse, and if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to do. I know where you ought to go. Charlie and Hamlet's lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. Pah! The lot will need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. Before we leave... Junkmonger? I was gonna say, can you also repair my gear? Yeah, like these earrings and my old boots. God, this is a hell of a track. I also can't deny that, like, this is pretty, this is a good look. But I don't have a single thing that goes well with it outside of, like, maybe Dancer. Like, this would be a fun Dancer gear. But other than that, eh. God, this game's having fun. It is flexing its muscles. Or it's flexing its muscles and stretching its legs to show you what they can do with music. And I'm all here for it, honestly. Granted, this FF14 uses music in a special way that I don't see in video games very often. And, like, part of me wants to write an essay on it. Or at least start writing one, so that I can, like, at least start contemplating how I actually feel in writing. I totally should. I should totally start. Well, other than that. From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Lord Montaigne mentioned. Start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. I really should. I'm also not a music person. Let's meet by the Aetheryte once our work is done. I know that there are people that do video essays that actually have a music background. They have way more insightful things. Like, a video by Scruffy on it would be great. Yep, give me a Chocobo Porter. Where can I go? Noted. I wonder if there's anyone who's gotten to this point and decided, like, man, I don't actually think I've ever used a Chocobo Porter. Look at that pretty half Aetheryte. Attune with it in case we get lost. Alright, gather information in the Charlian Hamlet. What do we got from here? Helping with the Ark! Even with all the power Master Cockles managed to squeeze out of the Afterburner, it's still not enough apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures are running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and it will all be well. This is one of the areas you highly recommend getting flying in. I mean, the plan is to eventually get all of the Aether Currents in every single place, but after MSQ. So that when I'm actually trying to do content, I don't have to go by foot in a lot of places, if you know what I mean. Alright, there we are. Hello? Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the Aetherburner? Oh dear, I've heard things come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Your Switch overheated in forced sleep mode? What the fuck? It's the second time that's happened. Okay, when was the last time, though? And have you blown it out with canned air recently? Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. Forum's got enough on their plate as it is. What with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when. Lots of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortuno and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? Xenoblade 1, now it's Xenoblade 3. Oh no, I meant like, did it happen like a month ago, a week ago, the other day? You probably should yeah, the real answer is like, it more than likely just has a lot of dust in it. And is trying to avoid thermal throttling. A couple months ago? Okay, so it's not degrading. You have very little to worry about if you clean it. Worst case scenario, you need to deep clean. Switch is one of the easiest consoles to open up, as far as I'm aware. It's that and the PS4 of all things. PS5 is apparently also a miracle that it's super easy to open. The only downside with the PS5 is it has a lot of screws. Offering help? That's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly lists of the things that we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whatever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that the lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I'm not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous, looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like that beheaded rabbit that ran by. I should also check. Can I glam here? Hey, yo, you mind if I glam here? Yeah, you have very little to worry about if it was a couple months ago when your Switch overheated and went to sleep. For the most part, if any of your devices do that, you should see where the vents are and blast the fuck out of it with canned air.
Fancy meeting you here, Roxy. Our friends in the forum brought us to their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they don't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is the Theris itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears that they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose that we'll just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun?
Yeah, maybe it will be. Whoop. A tour of Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway's burrow, it would be in our best interest to have the Loprits acquaint themselves with the conditions deemed optimal by their Charlian collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would be risk-narrowing, rather than broadening their perspectives. Perhaps thou art better suited to lead the venture.
What a marvellous idea! Might we begin with the great big what's-it over yonder?
Ah, yes, the what's-it. I shall leave its explanation to Roxy. The what? The fuck is the what's-it? I only know about dizzits and dazzits, bud. Oh, that's probably the big what's-it.
Oh. Goodness me! To build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features.
Search the apparatus for potential points of interest. Okay. let's see what we got. The mushroom-like thing.
That looks like the trees in Great... That looks like the trees in Greater Sensvale. Hold on. That's a bit of a strange shape. Thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. Is that water I hear from inside the great big tube? It must be because those cogs and the giant wheel are at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside, too. Water, if you're from Boston? I'm not. I'm not. At all. Not even close. Same time zone, maybe, is where I'm from, but nah. It's a little hard to see from here, but that golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks. And I can see that I can see through the window that there's another pipe at the bottom. This must be for purifying water from up from below. Nah, if you want someone that is from Boston, you have come to the wrong streamer. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water draws from the underground, presumably by some other mechanism. It's purified there and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, am I? I knew it! A brilliant design in its simplicity. I dare say that it would only take a moment to install it, even in the harshest of conditions. For us Loprits, that is. Indeed. Securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that the people of Atheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Areas near waterfalls are common sites for villages in Garabania. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear to rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. Few adjustments may be in order, once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible in that feat during our journey through Logiston Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Lothbrits will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of the Charlian hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed, but we could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of the settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have came of us. Regrettably, I have many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big and nasty teeth. Loprits may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logiston Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. Holy shit, I'm more wiped out than I thought I'd be. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way, to the water extraction front.
Okay. Now where? Okay. About there. Alright. Let us see. Oh yeah, that's the marker. Oh yeah, that's the marker that that indicates every time danger. Okay. Bitch, you best don't think I know my ABCs. Shit. Let's just, clear that out. Let's just make sure, you know? Don't want to waste our meter ability. Thank you so much. I really hope that this water extraction is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burned to a crisp if it's all the same to you. This is just... oh, God. I love the idea of just showing the Loporrits, like, hey, what's the real world like? Oh, God, danger, danger. Big danger. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logiston Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray, follow me. Yep. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking to new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. We're all very lucky that Earth just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out that way because of the available resources, I wonder? You're back? Welcome back, welcome back. Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. Give me legs. What? I'm not even wearing pants anymore. Okay. Agriculture shock. This is very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Merial Ergonomics. As I imagine Singway and the others intended to study every conceivable facet of the apparatus, would that be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, this sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Orianger was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if not a bit too verbose descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention Atheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there's still time. Let's book no further delay. Culture shock. Fuck yourself. There, it's out of my system. It's out of my system. Can I be real for voice training stuff, though? I actually recommend you do voices like what I was doing. So that, like, if you're going for feminine tones, I shit you not, do the most annoying high-pitched one you can to see if you can hit it. Don't use it as your primary speaking voice, but, like, use it as a gauge to see if you can get that high-pitched. All that to say, work on your falsetto. But, like, not your falsetto? I don't know, I kind of just do what I need to. Stray Queen? Hit me. Yo, every con circuit got the stray egg, stray queen, stray garlic. It's the three genders, after all. This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are caught and turned into pies. That's so cute. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they'd be willing to part with a few samples. Ugh. You need to do more falsetto. You've been lacking on your feminine voice. Take your time. Take your time. Cooking Way's accompanying me. I shit you not, this voice is actually quite easy to do over time. It strains the voice quite a bit though. But when your voice goes back to heal, it will have healed in a way that makes this slightly easier to maintain. Ugh, what a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do whatever we can down... whatever we can do here up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. You don't want to go back to the... You don't want to go to the moon. Well, it's better than waiting out for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take back every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species just doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? Whoop. Sorry, I thought I saw a name. Would you like a grape? I can give you a grape. Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes. Let's see if they're as delicious as they look. I hope you kind of hate them at some point. So sweet, so sour. The taste is very much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is completely different. The contrast between the outer skin of the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Rip to the squapes. I miss the squapes. These don't even look that good in comparison. I miss the squapes. Well, it certainly has given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what's your opinion of grapes? Ghastly things. I'd rather eat rancid giant toad eyeballs. I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch. Now they look like earplugs? Oh god, they do. Yes! They are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough grapes. That's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Oh god, I almost took Gallows off of my hotbar. Are these oranges? Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the colour? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's... Equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Oriange about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. You brave an erupting volcano? Wait. Hold up. Didn't Azem do that too? I think Emmett Selk and Vanana joked about it. I'm just saying I totally would. Azem did that. Grapes are good. Now I see why you all turned your noses at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous, though, that they are still in my estimation. But no one say I said otherwise. Ah, but speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any vegetables. Let's see what's in the field over there. Honestly, can I be real? It's like genuinely fascinating to me. Like of all the the wonders of the world, that we can just have vitamins. Like we can have tablets of vitamins, and you've got your vitamins for the day. That still blows my mind. It was spoken from in one of the Tales from the Shadows. Nice. That color, that texture. Are they some form of enormous round carrots? Not quite. No. In any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Is either pumpkins or squash. Blech! It's so hard and flavorless. I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. There is nothing more misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop! 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 Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense of trying eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Why do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes as long as I can remember. Then perhaps even the hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, is there anything even more delicious? How about that yellow fruit on yonder? God damn it. Lemon! Oh, we're gonna introduce them to a lemon. Oh, let's go. What a wondrous fragrance. With luck, it'll have flavor to match. As I've had no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. Yeah, my tongue. Is this poison? Cookie Way eats a lemon and fucking dies. Yeah. A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like that? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I have best call an end to this round of sampling. Say our farewells and return to the others. Finished, are you? Trust you found some to your liking. I'm rather enamored with grapes and oranges. Less so the pumpkin, though I've learned the hard way that they are not to be eaten raw. And then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I feel so violated. Hey kid, you want to try this durian? Oh my god, I've pulled that. It's the funniest thing every time. First time, was it? I hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth. I'm always the one. So I give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to... Ooh, bit of sick came up there. than more of your inscrutable ways. Sound warning? Now, if you were to give them a jackfruit, that's genuinely a treat. Ah, jackfruit, good. Did you try to send a link? Very well. Well, well, Lemon Muffin, do your worst. That is not a biting sound. This is... I'm still mystified that we have a fruit that can just have a texture of pulled pork. Why am I getting womp womp in chat? Delicious! Though I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I would never guess that vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See? We rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it still has a starring role in all sorts of recipes. All the same. And the same is true of many other ingredients. Comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt that the Forum agonized over which was worth preserving, and that will still be consigned to history. What will still be consigned to history. Hard choices. But make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now we know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Mankind, the Loprits. We were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They have learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. Mankind is tougher for eating lemons, raw. Use your teeth, cooking way. Therein lies its folly, and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise. Their dreams forever unfulfilled. And what then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. To be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my Eorzean, but what the 7Ls are you on about? And who are you, anyway? Cooking Way, at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. Once you get here, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Atheris' species as possible. If you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go see if Oriange and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Excuse fucking me. Alright, where in the 7 hells are we going? I was right about to say not that far out, one might hope, but eh. God, you mentioned Ryuko and my brain is just smiling. I don't know why. Just is. I like her. She just like me, for real, for real. I don't know why, I just love seeing, like, the little sword icon come out and then sheath itself in the UI. This is most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? The Far East has oodles of noodles. You know what? I will advertise my home. Limsa is home to the Culinarians Guild and many less than savory establishments. Would that I had time to visit? The more I learn of Atheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Whoop. Roxy, I trust thy time at Mariologonomics did bear fruit. Our own efforts, too, were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guest's relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I will gladly attend to each and every loprit there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Ow. I shouldn't giggle, but just the word Fortnite. I know it literally just means... I think it literally just means 2 weeks, but I'm fucking internet poisoned, okay? I can only hear Yoda say it. Fortnite. Anyways, that's out of my system. That word's been ruined for everybody. Someone was going to comment on it. Oh. What's wrong, kid? Yes, Roxy, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for a Theris at Logiston Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all your forests like that? They're verdant, at least. The trees of Dravania stand particularly proud. You should see the forests of the first. One was purple. Ah! Gasp! Gasp, I say! The star's so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. The moon is still impressive. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death, and we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not, though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. But me? Be of use? To people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the western plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. Tis a good place as any. Come. Whoop, whoop. Whoop. Oh, can I help you? Is that... It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us your troubles. These little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that's built with pureless Algan technology, is all true, but I know that none of that is a guarantee. We've never launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We looked through the Aetherburner's design, we thought the Aetherburner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with the most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. I'm not sure about that, but, well... Maybe you could tell me if there's any aspects of the ship's design that you're specifically worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell, to regulate the environment, but what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. Same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one big great cosmos rather than separate places... I suspect both parties will find comfort in this conversation. Yes, if Thancred's tales to be true, still others would benefit from insights born from experience. May I prevail upon the Loporits to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. It is not we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Atheris and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Roxy, that was a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loporit. Oh, I do so look forward to it. A place for every Loporit, and every Loporit in their place. Okay, we have to find 8 people in trouble. That might actually be quite difficult. Anxious engineer. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and Kyurgens, but to imagine every illness and injury one might face in the great expanse is beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew in the moon? Why did I not think of that? I would like to say after this mission, I'm not going to start winding down, but I do want to get up and get tea. So, you know. Have you heard anything about what's on the moon? I have no doubt we can make it up there, but searching for a new star, part of that plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the seas and stars on God knows what made by God knows who. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. Worries. No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough. Already has the support she needs. That makes me happy. I like that message a lot. It's like she has what she needs. Do 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 do. Where are we? Where are we going? Tired Gleaner. Is anything bothering me? I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void sense plays piano. My feet and knees are drums and cymbals too. He seems fine, he just needs a break. Oh, what's fucking me up, Troubled Souls. This part annoyed a lot of people. I don't mind it quite so much. That might change. But I have been told like the pacing of Charlie and stuff right now is a bit weird. And I see it partially. I like the words like a void scent played the piano on it, though. How might I help you? Why, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pick some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need to track down 100 or so cups. Well, don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. She's doing better than you are! Okay. That's funny. Just the idea of, what are you talking about? She seems better than you've ever been. Wouldn't you like to know, genius? I just have issue with the fact that it's taking like 8 people. And that not everyone counts. Something about that part for me is like, I know that sign read no entry. But still, it was worth the check. I wonder if you'll find my favor of the fake ones. Do they have a name? 56 bunches of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds. Rip one out, add to the mound, 55 bunches of weeds in the... I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was just in need of a little break, you see, and then I found myself unable to relax at all, and so I went out and walked, I noticed these weeds, and... Pleasant conversation partners, and oh so fuzzy? Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to react. I mean, like, hey, even if the final days aren't final, hear me out. Maybe they could be emotional support pets? I'm just saying. I'm so sorry that I keep yawning. Apologies, but I'm awaiting a delivery. Whatever it is has to wait. Seems the Gleaner's too busy to chat, for his benefit or otherwise. Can I get up there? Nope. Whoop. Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know a starship pilot that I might speak with? Truly. Then there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Oh, come on. It usually lets me. Okay, we've been here. Oh. Grimacing naturalist? My face? What's wrong with my... Ow! Okay, perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the sustainability of a few species is still under debate. I can hardly make the decision myself, I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Loporits in our discussion is a wonderful idea. Absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue as well. Can you see if there's someone at the top of the stairs? I can try. Consult our collaborators? I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo that we can consolidate into fewer trips should the Aetherburner make our original estimates unfeasible, but there's simply too many other variables. I feel as though my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I can check around the top of the stairs. Blasted assistants. Where have they gone in a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that aether levels are consistent through the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine... The Loporits are willing to help. Well, why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods. That's a player. Hyperventilating engineer. Capricious researcher. The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things. Feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet I've never felt so alive. This one's beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. That's a smile on my face if I ever did see one. That's the one. I've been there. Yes, you. Yes, you idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying around? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be of more help than you. And you've wasted enough of my time already. It would be unfortunate for all involved to inflict upon this man upon the Loprats. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, pardon me. I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart any moment. And if the hollow design buckles under the strain, an entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and entombing all mankind. But that is highly unlikely. Yeah, highly unlikely. Highly... Our visitors can help me triple check the structural flaws, you say? Well, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing much more easily already. I think my favorite of all of them is just the lady who's like, I don't know what to do. I can't make myself useful. I don't know where I can go from here. So I should just start pulling up weeds. It makes me feel productive. Been there. Behold, Roxy, through thine efforts, word hath managed to spread through the Brinthos. Verily, to a greater number than we anticipated, Livingway doth gather more Loprats as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. You genuinely thought they said, behold, they. No, that's how I introduce my non-binary friends. I look at Testament and go, behold, they. I love Livingway. I love the Loprats.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends.
Of course they are. They're from the moon.
It would behoove you to consult with Sleepingway. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
Oh.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Lemon told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
They think if they could see Urianger now.
Is that the Encyclopedia Eorzea? You know, I didn't internalize it, but actually, now that you say it, maybe.
Master Louis Soir, Minfilia, Papalymo, and
2 seconds. I have to make a gross body sound. I'm muting for a minute.
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions.
Okay.
You'd be the one.
Gross body noise done.
Yeah. Yes, I am.
This part broke you?
Charlian's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic.
Fuck. We've avoided this long enough, I suppose.
Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Ravida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Alfie, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
They're also... Oh.
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
He just didn't want to hurt them.
'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person.
I'm not crying. Shut the fuck up.
More than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louis Soir left her behind.